It's Thursday night, and it's the NBA here on 2K Sports. This is Kevin Harlan with Greg Anthony and Doris Burke. Also joining us from the sidelines, David Aldridge. It's the Orlando Magic and the Sacramento Kings. A look at the starting group for the Magic. We've got Shaquille O'Neal, Wade out there with Robertson. Then there's Hill, and it's Towns in at the power forward. O'Neal kicks to Wade. Here's Robertson. The rebound by Victor Wembanyama. Robertson against LeBron. Drops it in from 11 feet.
No question James has the green light from anywhere. That mid-range is just another area where he's dangerous.
And stolen by Wembanyama. LeBron outside. Pass to Leonard. George against Wade. Leonard the pass to Rodman. 6 on the shot clock. Outside, George. Beat the shot clock, but it's off the mark. Here's Orlando now. Now we'll go to David Aldridge, who had a chance to talk with head coach Rick Adelman.
Now, I spoke to him about the plan for Karl Anthony Towns now. Coach said, we know Cat has size and power, so we're hoping we can match him there. We don't want to make ourselves soft targets for him. You can expect it to be intense and physical down on the block. Guys?
Thank you, David.
You can't just stop when there's a pick set up. Gotta fight over it as a defender.
You know exactly what that takes. It takes energy, it takes activity, it takes intensity.
Now here's Leonard. Lays it up and banks it in.
Yeah, Kawhi Leonard has found so many ways to score. He can slip around you with his length. He can go through you with his strength. This guy's so tough to guard.
Here's Wade. Pass to Hill. And the officials call him for a 3-second violation. Now here's James. Here in the first, just under 2.5 minutes played so far. And the shot goes in.
A monster down low. LeBron James, the rare package of skill, size, and athleticism.
Towns sets the pick for Wade. That 3 off the mark.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
And it's good, 2 points.
They've wasted no time settling into their offense.
And now the first timeout called here for the Magic.
And with their offense sputtering, coaches got to get them back on track.
And to me, they're just taking too many tough shots. And when they do get an easy one, the confidence just isn't there.
Paolo Banchero's checked in for Towns. Now here is Hill. Pass to Robertson. It's back to Hill. And here is Robertson. Just 5 on the clock. Good, and it's Hill picking up the assist.
And love the pass from Hill right there. A true team player.
So the Kings call timeout. They're first. Clyde Drexler's checked in for Paul George. And here are the Kings now. Rodman dishes to Leonard. Beyond the arc. It's hauled in by the Magic. Banchero kicks to Robertson. Pass to Wade. And the rejection by Wembanyama. From about 19 feet, Grant Hill grabs the miss.
Well, certainly not the best defensive effort, but this guy can't make them pay for their laziness.
Wade surveying the D.
And the wingspan of Wembanyama, massive. He's fantastic at using it to erase shots.
And the shot goes down. Leonard's got his second basket of the game. And now we'll get a perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for the Kings.
Their defense has been so aggressive right out of the gate, wasting no time shutting shooters down here with authority.
You know, also, they've been incredible on the fast break, taking those chances, playing with great pace.
Now, Wembanyama. After the missed three from Oscar Robertson, James misses.
And the timing just not there on that attempted alley-oop.
Just a missed connection, and it happens. I'm sure they will go back to it if given the opportunity.
Now here's Wade. Here's O'Neal. Good defense by Wembanyama.
Well, this is the kind of shot we've come to expect him to make. He's got to be upset with that one.
Pass to James. Over Robertson. And LeBron gets it to go with the assist by Leonard. LeBron's got his third bucket of the night. There's a minute left here in the opening quarter. They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Too many empty possessions. Right now, they need a basket.
Wade and Shaq with the slam.
It's just hard guarding O'Neal in general, but when he's working in the pick and roll, it's almost impossible.
Pass to Wembanyama. In the corner, it's Rodman. Wembanyama sets a screen for Leonard. Drills the three-pointer. Leonard's got 7 points in the game.
He's looking confident right from the opening tip.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Here's Wade. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up. It's going to go on Clyde Drexler.
Well, when Dwayne Wade is able to stay healthy, he has proven he's still very effective. This guy is smart, he's decisive, and he can play at a high level.
And it's a completely new group on the floor for the Kings. The Magic also changing it up. Now comes in for Shaq. And Donovan Mitchell subbed in for Robertson. Now Rose. Love with the screen on Mitchell. Rose kicks to Love. A chance to extend the lead to double digits, but it's no good. And we've reached the end of the first quarter. Kings ahead. They're up by 8. And back in a moment as we'll get underway with quarter number 2. And if you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter in this one. And let's quickly break down the game we've been watching from the Kings, guys.
Yeah, in that first period, they looked to push in transition at every opportunity.
And why wouldn't they? You see their effectiveness in the open floor. Very difficult to slow down.
The Magic trail by 8. So with LeBron on the bench, this is Rick Adelman's lineup. Derrick Rose is out there with Paul George. Then there's Wembanyama. Then it's Rodman. And it's Leonard in at the 3. Now here is George. After Jaylen Brown's miss. It's stolen by Banchero. Rose against Mitchell. Brown right side. Wembanyama with the rebound. Wembanyama has got his 4th rebound in this one. Leonard the pass to Rodman. Outside Rose. Now Wembanyama. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line.
Smart play there. I don't think we give Wemby's IQ for the game enough love, but he was a pro in France at a young age, and that obviously gave him a lot of experience.
Towns, he's checked in for Orlando. He hits the second from the line.
A generational talent. For Wembanyama, the sky is the limit and the reality.
Mitchell passes to Banchero. Kawhi Leonard with the rebound.
Normally he'll drill that shot, and I'm sure they'll look to find him in that spot again.
No doubt. Very good play call, good execution. Sometimes it just doesn't fall.
Now here's Brown. Kawhi Leonard unable to get his shot to go. Brown the pass to Mitchell. Banchero against Rodman. Banchero outside. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Over Rose. Once again off the mark, Orlando. Sacramento leading by 9. Outside, George over Hill. And a kind roll that time off the rim as that one falls.
Nice on-time pass to Paul George. He's shot ready. Nicely done.
Now a timeout called by Orlando.
For viewers, timeout's a chance to check your phone, grab a drink, but for the teams, it's all about business.
Well, there's something that the coach doesn't like. I'm curious to see which kind of adjustment he makes here.
LeBron's checked in for Rose. Wayne Wade's checked in for Orlando. Now, here's Wade. Banchero outside. Towns sets the pick for Banchero. And it's Sacramento with the rebound. Rodman's got 4 rebounds now tonight.
I'd love to see them impose themselves a little more on the backboard. That's a great way to find confidence. Always a surefire way to get back in the game.
Well, you look at Kawhi's career, one of the first things he did was work on his consistency from the free throw line. Why? Because he's excellent at drawing contact.
Yeah, nice job of drawing the contact and creating opportunities at the line.
Pass to Wade. Knocked loose. Paul George with the steal. And now here's George, the fast break opportunity. Comes up empty down low. The Magic trail by 13. Banchero outside. Wade kicks to Hill. All alone. Good as the jump shot falls. Hill's got his first points in this one.
Really well done there. Just confident and composed, never in a hurry.
Pass to George. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Paolo Banchero. That is his first foul of the game.
And now only 1 away from being in the penalty.
Timeout called by the Kings. Sacramento making some changes. Love's check in for Rodman. Artest comes in for Kawhi Leonard. And it's Drexler in for George. Jaylen Brown's checked in for the Magic. Robertson comes in for Donovan Mitchell. Now here is Artest. 6 to shoot. Kicks it out to Drexler. Here's Wembanyama. Sacramento again missing. The Magic trail by 11. The drive by Wade. And here's a look at what's coming up for the Kings. On Saturday, they'll be matching up against Mike Conley and the Minnesota Timberwolves. And then on Monday, they'll begin a road trip starting in Utah up against the Jazz.
You know, some might look ahead at the schedule and start marking off how many wins they'll wind up with, but I think that's a trap. You can't take any nights off in the NBA, and you've got to stay in the moment.
Love with the screen for James. And the 3 off target. And here's Brown. He'll bring it up for the Magic. They've only allowed 5 points in the quarter, and it's Banchero missing.
I think he's got to settle down because right now it feels like he's rushing, like he's forcing some shots. This quarter he has been completely bothered.
And now the latest from our reporter David Aldridge.
Kevin, the last few years we saw teams giving up bounties worth of draft picks and trades for star players, but with teams now possessing more roster spots to develop prospects and about 3/4 of the tradable picks hoarded by just 1/3 of the NBA's teams, we may not see so many picks given up moving forward. Kevin?
You're exactly right, David. Something certainly to keep an eye on. Now Drexler. After Jaylen Brown's 3-pointer that didn't go, puts it up from 15. Again, the miss by the Kings. The Magic trail by 9. Robertson dishes to Wade. Banchero, a screen on Drexler. The shot by Wade, no good. So it's Sacramento. James, the pass to Artest. Back to LeBron to stop the drought. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
You simply can't bite on that pump fake from LeBron because he is waiting for you to leave your feet, and he's going to lean in to get to the line.
Hayes, he's checked in for Sacramento. O'Neal's checked in for Orlando. Hill comes in for Jaylen Brown. On offense, here are the Magic. They trail by 11. Pass to Wade. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
Oh, one of the most dynamic guards in the game. Wade can do it all on offense and is also a terrific shot blocker at that position.
And some changes here for the Kings. Amen Thompson, he's checked in for our test. Ellis comes in for Clyde Drexler. And Derrick Rose is subbed in for James.
Oh, and the lead gets bigger on a ridiculous offensive sequence.
That dunk alone would have been spectacular. Never mind it coming at the end of an alley-oop. Now here's Robertson. Driving to the basket. And 2 free throws coming up. Unable to get that one to go with all the contact.
And they're getting to the line a lot in this quarter, guys, and it hasn't been by accident.
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one. And he makes both free throws.
This is about the last guy you want to send to the stripe right now. They keep fouling him, and he keeps making them.
Rose scanning the floor. Love inside, defended by Towns. And it's Love missing. O'Neal with it. To the inside. It's Hill, top the key. 3 from Robertson. Good, the assist goes to Hill. Robertson's got it back down to a single-digit deficit for the Magic. And that does it for the first half of play. Kings lead by 7. And we'll be back with you right after this.
I love their game plan. Work the rock inside until someone stops it.
It's a simple, direct strategy, Shaq. And when you can pull it off.
Let's look now and see how teams stack up across the league. It's our latest power rankings.
And taking a look at Sacramento, right about where we left them at last check. They're solidly in that playoff picture.
It'll be interesting to see how their season progresses. This team.
And that'll do it for halftime. We send you back to Kevin Harlan.
And happy you could join us. We've got 2 quarters left to go in regulation. You have to like what we're seeing so far from Kawhi Leonard.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column? Through 2 quarters, he has been terrific.
And one would expect that the defense made some adjustments at halftime, but he has the ability to answer right back.
On the court for Orlando, Towns is out there with Hill. Then there's Robertson. Then there's Wade. And it's Shaq in at the 5 down low. Now here's Shaq. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
It's a tall challenge trying to contain Shaq, especially when he's operating close to the basket.
And George kicks to James. A 3 from Leonard. The 3 goes down the hatch from Kawhi.
You know, they barely needed other contributions. This lead has been built through his offense.
Robertson outside. Wade outside. Leonard against Hill. Back to Wade. Here's the 3. It's hauled in by the Kings. And here in the second half of play, we're just over a minute in. Hill against Leonard. Rodman up top. On the wing, James. LeBron gathering speed. Banked in off the glass. And it's a 10-point Sacramento lead.
Well, 6'8" and 200, who knows how many pounds, but the King, one of the most apropos nicknames in sports.
Time call here. The Magic decide to talk it over. In addition to going over the game plan and making whatever necessary adjustments have to be made, Greg, this timeout also the time for players to get rehydrated or hydrate for the first time with some Gatorade. Plenty of basketball still to be played here, and they have to get recharged.
That's a great point. Without proper hydration, a player can completely run out of gas down the stretch of a game. And that's something that none of these guys can afford to have happen. If you're going to battle all the way to the finish, you have got to be hydrated.
Now here's Leonard after the miss by Oscar Robertson. Rodman sets the screen for Leonard. And denied. He sends it right off the glass. Here's Wade. That shot off the mark. Excellent D there from George.
And they're 1 of 4 here to start the second half.
Here's James. Oh, LeBron's just too strong inside.
Vintage LeBron James. He's cooking, and this guy may be the best to have ever done it.
Robertson outside. That's tipped. George against Robertson. Again, Sacramento.
Boy, excellent start to this second half. They've missed just once in 5 attempts.
Outside Hill. Pass to Wade. Leonard looking over the floor. To the middle. Rodman passes to James. Wembenyama, a screen on Robertson. James, no good. The Magic trail by 14. Here's Wade. Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the third quarter.
Boy, we've seen that move perfected over the years. The veteran Dwayne Wade continues to fool defenders with that shot fake.
The Magic have gone 6 of 8 from the free throw line tonight. And he makes the first. Some changes for Sacramento. Love's check in for Rodman. Thompson comes in for Kawhi Leonard. And Clyde Drexler has subbed in for George. And a change for the Magic. Banchero's checked in. Now here's James. He's got 12. It's blocked by Shaq.
And the aggressiveness on display here from O'Neal. Terrific at turning shots away with that size and length.
Wade scores off the spin. Wade's got 10 points.
Oh, check out the handles. Their nasty spin move had his man grabbing for air.
LeBron outside. Wembenyama sets a screen for James. Shot clock at 5. And James throws it down hard.
And what an explosive finisher LeBron is, rocking the rim whenever he goes up like that.
Sacramento making some changes. Hayes, he's checked in for Victor Wembanyama. Artest comes in for Thompson. And it's Rose in for LeBron. Now here's Robertson. He's got 7. Wade with it, picked up by Love. Wade can't hit.
That is some tough defense there against one of the better finishers in our game.
Drexler against Banchero. Shots good by Drexler.
Just no resistance inside at all. They are feasting. This is a straight buffet.
It is. It's a big one. And load the plate. Now here's Robertson. Over Rose. No good from Robertson.
And they've only got a slight edge on the boards, but it just feels a lot bigger.
Robertson against Rose. And it's Love, top of the key. He gets that one. Love's got his first 2 points.
Yeah, they're going to have a nice little run here.
The Magic trail by 16. Wade passes to Robertson. 44 seconds left in the third quarter of the game. Here's Wade. And he drops in the layup off the glass. Wade's got 12 points in the game.
This is an accomplished, polished interior scorer. Don't let the two-guard position fool you. Dwayne Wade from the cup. Oh.
Now here's Rose. Scoreless thus far. Hayes finds Drexler. Here's Rose. And a great assist by Drexler as that one goes in.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They keep getting it in the paint and continue to score consistently.
Robertson outside. It's blocked. From deep three-point territory. And no luck with that time on the buzzer beater. And so it's the Sacramento Kings in command with a 16-point lead as the buzzer sounds. Defensive. And there have been two very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. Kings leading now by 16. So with James on the bench, this is Rick Adelman's lineup. Hayes out there with Kevin Love. Then there's Artest. Then there's Derrick Rose. And it's Rice in at the 2-guard spot. And that one is good.
That's their 3rd straight make off an assist.
Here's Wade. Mitchell outside. Back to Wade. Here's Rose. And he makes good on the layup. And the Kings lead by 20. And what's your take, guys, on the hustle steps for the Kings?
I like their defense tonight, and we don't talk about that side of the ball enough. You can really change a game when you get a bunch of steals and get out in transition.
And you also have to love the way they've gotten out and run in transition. A ton of good chances tonight simply from being willing to run the floor.
Here's the floater. That one good for 2.
Well, the floater has always been a key shot in Derrick Rose's arsenal, and the later he gets in his career, the more we may see him deploy it.
Towns a screen on Artest. Brown against Artest. Brown dishes to Wade. Just 4 to shoot. Over Rice. Wade misses.
And with the success they've had rebounding the basketball, they're right where you'd expect them to be, firmly in the driver's seat.
Pass to Hayes. Wade outside. Now here's Towns. That falls. Nice feed that time from Dwayne Wade.
Now that's Karl Anthony Towns at his absolute best. The shot making incredible from every spot on the floor.
Timeout, Sacramento. Greg, a lot of parity around the NBA. You think fans like that?
It's a great question, Kevin. And there are trade-offs, but as a league, you've got to foster competition and live with the results. And the reality is, doesn't it feel better when there are more teams that have a legitimate chance to win it all?
Here's what Orlando's going with right now. Shaq's checked in for Banchero. Hill comes in for Jaylen Brown. And it's Robertson in for Wade. The Magic trail by 20. And here is Robertson. And the ball out of play. The Kings will inbound. The Magic making a switch here. Wade's checked in. Fourth quarter of play, and we're about 2.5 minutes through it right now. Robertson against LeBron. And LeBron throws it down hard.
LeBron James, ever the showman, with an exceptional slam there. One of the best dunkers in the history of the game.
Outside Hill. Pass to Wade. And it's sent back by George.
What a defensive play from Paul George. Send it back, big fella.
LeBron James on the wing. Wembanyama sets a screen for LeBron. Sinks the three-pointer. James has got 19 points.
Really in a good position thanks to the accuracy from beyond.
And so here's Orlando. They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've gone a long time without a bucket.
Here's Robertson. The rebound by James.
They have been board dominant in this game. That's definitely been a factor in crafting this huge lead.
Wembanyama outside. LeBron James on the wing, covered by Robertson. Just 5 to shoot. The 3 from George. Orlando grabs the miss. Hill's got 5 rebounds tonight. Pass to Wade. Greg, we know players are not shy about criticizing officiating. Anything you'd try to change or improve with the way the game is called?
Well, I like when the players and the refs get together in the offseason to go over video examples. And I think one thing that's important is you got to have relationships between the players and the officials. And then I think the fans can also then kind of get on the same page. There are going to be missed calls out there. That will never change.
They can't really afford to leave points at the line right now. He would have loved to cash in on each of those free throws and trim the lead even more.
Outside, James. LeBron sets the screen for George. With the putback, James on the follow. LeBron's got 21 in the game.
LeBron James leads by contributing in so many different areas. That time, a big offensive rebound.
Wade passes to Robertson. O'Neal outside. Fader on the way. Nice work on the boards, paying off with the basket.
You simply must put a body on this guy. You know he's going to try to get to that glass.
LeBron outside. Left side, Leonard. Karl Anthony Towns with the rebound. And here's O'Neal. He'll bring it up for Orlando. And stolen by James. Pass to George. 50 seconds left to play in the final quarter. From the stripe. Rebound by the Magic.
Listen, he can make that shot right there, but I do know they have other options they can go to.
And here is Robertson. And here's Shaq. Defended by Wembanyama. And Towns the bucket on the assist by O'Neal.
Well, this is what they needed earlier on. At some point, it's too little, too late.
Yeah, but then again, this run came against a team that may have felt it had already won, and you get the sense it let its guard down.
3-second difference between shot clock and game clock. Now, here's Wade. So it's the Kings winning this one easily. And the outcome of this one was never in doubt.
And boy, they really put in a supreme effort. It just felt like once they had that lead and it was comfortable, they were not going to relinquish it.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for tuning in.
Hi, and thanks for joining us on 2K Sports NBA action. It's coming up, along with Grant Hill and Richard Jefferson. This is Brian Anderson, and we've got our reporter, Allie LaForce. We've got the Boston Celtics and the Chicago Bulls. Looking at the starting 5 for Boston. They've got Luka Doncic, and it's Davis in at the 4 slot.
Encouraging to see Doncic sink the 3. Needs to keep doing this now.
Now here's Tatum. Unloads. And that one no good to start off the night. Here's Havlicek, hounded by Tatum. Davis with a screen on Irving. From deep, here's Doncic. It's hauled in by the Bulls. Outside Tatum. The kick out to Johnson. Outside Irving. There's Tatum with the three. And he's missed his first 2 shots of the game. Doncic against Irving. And there's a whistle. He'll head to the line to shoot 2.
And this team's offensive catalyst, Doncic, puts pressure on the defense every possession.
Boston shooting their first free throws of the game now. First one falls for him. And so he makes both from the line. We played just over a minute here in the first. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
Thanks so much. I spoke with the Bulls head coach for a bit. We talked about how exhausting it is to go up against Luka Doncic. Coach told me, quote, Luka's probably the toughest cover in the league because no one has been able to figure out a way to stop him. We have to just bring the intensity and do our best to slow him down. It's going to take a team effort to get that done. Back to you, B.A.
All right, Allie, thanks once again.
You don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
And so it's Johnson with it. He brings it up for Chicago. 6-point game. Pass to Jokic. Oh, he used the shot fake to create the angle, but he couldn't get it to fall. Doncic with it. 5 points in the game. Here's Chamberlain, covered by Jokic. Just 5 to shoot. Chamberlain passes to Davis.
And with Davis, you know what you're getting, a nightly double-double threat and a versatile defender.
This is his first trip to the free throw line tonight. The first free throw is good. No good on the second free throw. Tatum against Payton. Here's Duncan. That falls. Nice feed that time from Tatum.
Every year that Tatum is in the league, he just improves his passing.
Just over 2.5 minutes played here in the first. There's a screen. From deep, here's Doncic. Rebounded by Johnson.
Defense dodged a bullet that time. Total breakdown.
Here's Irving. Yep, that one's good. Irving's gotten his second bucket of the game.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over. And we're about 3 minutes into this first quarter. Here's Havlicek. Great D that time from Irving. The Bulls trail by 3. Pass to Tatum. Poke loose. And the ball out of bounds. The Celtics will have it. So it's Boston now. Now here's Davis. Out to the wing. They set a pick. Here's Stockton. Chicago with a rebound.
You got to move past that one. I mean, they'd want him to take that again.
Yeah, it's a great look for him. One they'll try and manufacture again. Those are the shots you want him to take.
Now here's Jokic. No points so far. Here's Wilkins. Here's Stockton. Again, the miss by the Celtics.
Locking the arc down. Defense knows it's on them to scare off those shots.
Pass to Jokic. And there's the rejection. Here's Havlicek. He's guarded by Irving. Havlicek's shot is off. And so Jokic will bring it up for the Chicago Bulls. They trail by 3. Irving, the pass to Duncan. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up.
Heady play to stop that easy layup right there. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
For Chicago, Robinson comes in for Nikola Jokic. And it's Parker in for Jason Tatum. So it's Boston now. Stockton, pass to Wilkins. They still need this. Johnson with the defensive effort.
Defense pulled out all the stops to shut him down there.
Pass to Parker. Outside Johnson. Here's Duncan. And unable to get the go-ahead bucket there.
So far, rebounding has been a focal point for them.
A minute 6 left in the first quarter. Pierce counted from distance.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that just comes down to a lack of effort. The defender has to do a better job fighting through the screen.
Here's Duncan. Pass to Robinson. Outside for Irving. Now Parker puts it up. And he misses his first shot. Here's Pierce. Parker defending.
And that's his second foul committed with a lot of game left. Gotta be careful.
Here's Stockton. Parker defending. Tries it from the top of the key. Goes back up. He's off on that one. Good work defensively by Robinson. Bulls trail by 4. Boy, they need something to go to regain some confidence.
No question. Way too many empty possessions for them.
17 seconds left in the first. He takes it in. Here's Stockton. Parker defending. Shot's good by Stockton.
He just brings a great feel for the game at the offensive end.
Here's Embiid. No good. Would have counted had it gone. And that concludes the first quarter of play. It's the Celtics up by 6. And we'll be back shortly for the start of the... And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter of action so far. All right, guys, what do you think about the Celtics here in this one?
It's simple. The main takeaway from the first quarter is they're winning this game with defense.
Making it as difficult as possible for the offense to find clean looks. Great stuff.
They've got Nikola Jokic. Johnson is out there with Jason Tatum. And it's Duncan in at the 4. So that's the 5 in the game for Chicago. Gilmore, no good.
And you don't see that every day. Usually he'll convert when he gets that close to the rim.
Pass to Johnson. And here's Jokic. 5 to shoot from the low block. Tried to bank it in, but it misses.
I think he's gone completely dry. Nothing is hitting.
Yeah, and the risk now is that he gets inside his own head. Time to take deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, and let the game come to you.
Left side, Johnson. Quarter number 2 with just over a minute of play. Stolen by Davis. Here's Stockton, covered by Johnson. Pass to Davis. Over Jokic. Again, the Celtics good for 2 more.
Ooh, nice touch from the mid-range. Davis proving how effective he is from that spot.
And so here is Chicago. It's a 10-point game. Jokic with a screen on Payton. To the paint. Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line. Now, we don't pick favorites, Richard, but did you have a favorite road city?
Well, it depends on when you ask me, B.A. I love New York. That's my favorite city. I was born in L.A., but there's nothing like going home to Phoenix, Arizona, where I grew up.
And he makes the first.
Yeah, initially underestimated, Jokic has grown into a truly exceptional talent. We talk about modern bigs, but he's probably more like the big man of the future.
And he makes both free throws.
Some big guys struggle at the line, not him. He's put in the work to defy that assumption.
Doncic outside. There's a screen from behind the arc. Rebound by the Bulls. Jokic has got his 6th rebound on the night. Back to Johnson. Pass to Irving. Tatum with it. Puts one up from 19. And once again, off the mark by Chicago.
No clue how he misfired on that shot. You don't see that from him very often.
Davis a screen. From deep, here's Doncic. It's hauled in by the Bulls. Jokic has got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. There's Tatum with the 3. And Tatum finishing the fast break.
With his touch, Tatum's a threat from anywhere.
Celtics lead by 5. Pass to Gilmore. Back to Payton. To the left wing. Here's Havlicek. Nice D from Tatum. And so Jokic will bring it up for the Chicago Bulls. Down low. Here's Johnson. And it's going to be a goaltending call here, so they will count the bucket.
I mean, he had the right idea, but his timing was just a little off, and it resulted in a goaltend.
The Celtics making a switch here. And about 3 minutes played now in the second quarter. And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. He wants to give him a breather and talk things over.
Things just aren't going their way. He clearly wants to talk it over.
Good timeout if you ask me. They have the momentum, and Coach wants to find a way to try and stop it.
Back to Doncic. Pass to Davis. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Now here's Doncic. He's guarded by Irving. Pulls it from 20. And no good, trying to use the glass.
I'll tell you what, we know he's been struggling tonight, but his teammates have pitched in big time.
Boston leading by 3. Doncic passes to Stockton. Here's Gilmore, covered by Jokic. And down it goes. 2 points.
Yeah, he was able to sneak it to the rim. Had enough room to get just like an easy layup.
Timeout called here. Chicago decides to talk it over.
Yeah, hoping to tap into something that'll get them clicking.
Yeah, they need to regroup and maybe try and draw something up that can get them a clean look at the basket.
A line change here for Chicago. Boston making a switch here. Pass to Embiid. Outside Hardaway. There's the triple. Rebound, Anthony Davis. Davis has got a rebound number 5 here tonight. Here's Wilkins. Joel Embiid with the board. The Bulls trail by 5. Edwards, a pass to Parker. Robinson against Davis. And once again, off the mark by Chicago. And here's Boston. Knocks it loose. Doncic feeling it out a bit. 4-3. Chicago grabs the miss.
And he continues to cast away, but the results just haven't been there tonight.
Here's Wilkins. It's rebounded by Anthony Edwards. Hits the rim on the way in, and the bucket is good. Edwards got his first basket of the night.
Outstanding work in close. Edwards is just so confident from this area.
Gilmore passes to Davis. Again, the miss by the Celtics. Chicago trailing here. Outside Edwards. From 11 feet away. Here's Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
And when the game is this close, you have to go all out.
He certainly understands his role, huh? When the shot goes up, just crashes the offensive glass.
He's just giving them everything he has. It's why his teammates appreciate and enjoy playing with him. He just looks off this quarter. Looks like he's forcing it a bit right now, a little bit in his head.
The open shot by Edwards. Edwards can't get that one to fall.
Now, I understand that that shot didn't go down, but they will take that look every trip down the floor.
Throw it down on the lob.
A great read between those two guys. The defense didn't stand a chance, B.A.
These two teammates right here, Grant, they are connected. He got it up in time, but it would not fall for him. And the first half comes to an end. We've got a close game going here. Boston out in front. They lead by 3. And we'll be back for the second half following the break. Keep it right here on 2K Sports.
Happy to have you with us. What do you think about our Eastern Conference winner?
When it comes to running the offense, he's been exceptional, making smart play calls and setting the tempo.
And as we review this first half for the Celtics, still anybody's game.
Getting points from that second unit was clutch. Depth protect.
Thanks as always for watching. Let's head back to Brian Anderson and crew for the start of the second half.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been a fairly even one. Bulls trail by 3. On the floor for Boston, we've got Anthony Davis, and it's Doncic in a shooting guard. There's Tatum with the 3. Rebound collected by Anthony Davis. Boston on offense. Outside Payton. Pass to Chamberlain. Outside for Davis. 6 to shoot. Second chance shot. And it's good on the lay-in.
He held his position in the paint, grabbed the rebound, and dropped it back in. Just a terrific play.
Jokic with a screen on Payton. Johnson passes to Jokic. Shoots from 12. Chamberlain pulls it in. Chamberlain's got his 5th rebound in this one. Johnson against Payton. The 3. Hits a 3-pointer. And it's an 8-point Celtic lead.
You give a shooter of his caliber that much time to seam it up? Oh, yeah, you're done.
Timeout called here. Chicago decides to talk it over.
Yeah, coach no doubt wants to use this timeout to review the matchups and maybe make some adjustments as well.
I'm sure all of the above is in order, and you can never be too content.
Johnson against Payton from the elbow, and he knocks the jumper down. And we're just about a minute and a half into the third quarter of basketball. And here's Doncic. 5 points in the game. To the inside. Here's Chamberlain. Nice move. Chicago with a rebound. Jokic has got rebound number 8 now. Outside Johnson. Jokic in the post.
With his skill set, Jokic draws a lot of fouls. Defenders have to watch out for the pass or the shot. It's a constant guessing game.
And this will be his 3rd and 4th free throws of the game here. So after making the first, he goes 1 for 2. Celtics lead by 5. Here's Havlicek. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Pass to Doncic. From deep. They get it back. Outside Payton. Davis with it. Here's Chamberlain. Covered by Jokic. Shot clock at 5. And out of bounds. It'll be Chicago ball. Not quite 2.5 minutes played here in the second half. Pass to Duncan. Now here's Jokic. Johnson on the wing. The wide open shot is on the money. Johnson's got 4 points in the quarter. The Celtics with the lead. Outside Payton. Doncic outside. Right wing. Outside Davis. Clock at 6. Play clock. The Celtics got to hurry here. Boston again missing.
Gotta find easier shots when you're already struggling. That's not gonna get it.
Jokic with a screen on Payton. The shot by Johnson, no good. Celtics lead by 3. Havlicek passes to Doncic. Here's Havlicek, hounded by Tatum. Oh, nice shot by Havlicek. Havlicek's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3.
And when it comes to the 3, they've been really dialed in here in the second half.
And the Bulls call time here.
Timeout.
So both teams making some changes here. Here's Robinson. Outside Hardaway. It's Edwards on the wing. Got a piece of it. Fast break. Here come the Celtics.
And great job to establish position and square up.
Chicago making a switch here. Parker's checked in. The Bulls trail by 6. Pass to Embiid. Outside Robinson. It's Edwards on the wing. Screen by Robinson. Edwards, a pass to Robinson. Rebounded by the Celtics. Gilmore's got 6 rebounds now in the game. Boston shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game. The first one falls. And so he hits both.
And it's a luxury to have a great shooter like him at the line. Very rarely see a miss.
Pass to Embiid. Outside Robinson. It's Edwards on the wing. We've got 1:23 left in the third quarter. Just 5 on the clock. From the baseline. And the shot no good. A bit short.
Just an ugly show from him offensively. Yep, no way to describe it, just ugly, and that hasn't helped.
He's just an aggressive finisher there inside.
Hey, when you got bounce like that, you feel like you can take on anybody. And here's Edwards outside. The triple hits for Edwards.
Shooting the 3 with confidence. That's exactly what this team needs from Edwards.
Here's Havlicek. Hardaway grabs the board. The Bulls trail by 7. Pass to Parker. Launches it. Gilmore grabs the miss. Gilmore's got rebound number 7 tonight. And we've got 28 seconds left in the third quarter. He was all alone on that one. Havlicek's got 6 points in the quarter.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
This is when good players really get after it. He can sense that they're reeling, and he's gonna put his foot on the pedal.
Now here's Edwards. Releases. No good that time. And as we end the third quarter, a double-digit deficit will make it tough to come back. It's the Celtics. They're up by 10. After a quick... And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
He's always near the top of the list for this honor. I mean, passes like these are his specialty.
That is why he is a point guard in this league. He has the elite passing ability, the vision. You need both to play the point guard.
And this is it. Glad to have you along for this fourth quarter. They've got Johnson, Jason Tatum out there with Nikola Jokic. And it's Duncan in at the 4 spot. So that's the 5 in the game for Chicago. Here's Stockton. The 3-pointer off the mark.
Just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Jokic using his strength inside.
And this is how powerful Jokic is, able to still score despite the contact.
Doncic outside. Looking to end this cold spell. Can't get it to drop. Great D that time from Irving.
And they're up right now, but it hasn't been because of him. He's really struggled on offense.
Tatum passes to Duncan. Boston pulls it in.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
I'm sure they'll think twice about shooting against him next time.
That one goes. Count it. And the Celtics lead by 10.
And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let him get right to the rim.
That's a great possession. Put your best players in a position to succeed.
Pass to Jokic. And too long on the shot. Boston leading by 10. Final quarter of play, about a minute and a half off the clock. Here's Chamberlain. And he lobs it up.
Woo! I just love that alley-oop slam, B.A.
Defense disorganized. Defense pays. And so it's Johnson with it. He brings it up for the Bulls. Pass to Duncan. From deep, Jokic. Wilkins with a rebound.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
Puts it up from 17. Again, Boston.
Just continuing to pile it on, refusing to let up.
If he has space in the mid-range, he'll let it fly. Doesn't matter if the score is tied or they are up big.
Johnson passes to Tatum. Fires from the line. It's Tatum working inside.
Over the years, Tatum has limited the amount of mid-range jumpers that he takes, but it is still a natural part of his game.
And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. He's decided it's time to clarify the situation, leaving little room for error. And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
During that last break, I heard Joe Mazzulla as he talked with the team. He said, keep it going, guys. Ride this wave of momentum. We're playing great right now, but we can't let up. Guys, back to you.
Appreciate the report, Allie. Doncic outside. Again, the miss by Boston.
Yeah, no triples for him here in the second half. One fell in the first, though. Can he turn it up?
Inside. Stolen by Davis. Goes up on the wing. Here's Chamberlain. And the layup is good off the glass.
Second chance points are always painful. Have to make the effort to box out.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say they need to emphasize rebounding going forward.
Here's Jokic. Nice follow through on the fadeaway.
And Jokic doesn't get a lot of lift on his shot, but he doesn't need it. I mean, he is money in the mid-range.
Here's Havlicek. The offensive rebound.
Using his size to full advantage. He beats everyone to the ball.
Irving, the pass to Jokic. Jokic muscles it down.
Just a textbook lead pass right there, putting it right where it needed to be.
Celtics lead by 10. Outside Payton. Pass to Havlicek. Let's go with a three. The rebound by Duncan. Duncan's got 7 rebounds in the game. Irving, the pass to Jokic. And a miss there with a chance to cut the lead to single digits. Now here's Doncic. The D's right on him. JT to the hole. Outside Irving. Jokic passes to Johnson. There's Tatum with the three. Doncic pulls down the board. Boston with the ball. They've given up just 8 points in the fourth. And the ball out of play. The Bulls will have it. Timeout, Bulls!
Yeah, he's hurting the team. Taking low percentage shots, failing to make the next pass.
There's Tatum with the three. And again, no good by Chicago. Celtics lead by 10. Now Doncic. Pass to Havlicek. Here's Chamberlain, covered by Jokic. Back to Davis. 5 on the clock. Another shot. Davis. Oh, he hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
And they just continue to attack, even late in the game, while they're up big.
If you want to be great, you have to have that killer instinct.
Here's Tatum. And once again, off the mark by Chicago. Doncic with it. Pass to Payton. Now Davis launches a three, buries it from 3. And the Celtics lead by 15.
Stepping up and nailing an important shot to put this away.
And that score probably slams the door for any would-be comebacks. And look, they put this one to bed.
And again, no good by Chicago. And so it's Doncic with it. He brings it up for the Celtics. They lead by their biggest margin of the game. It's at 15 points. Chicago with the ball. Outside Johnson. And so it's Boston easily grabbing this one. Boy, a nice win on the road. By the time this one was winding down, this building was stone cold silent.
And that's exactly what you got to do. You have to try to take the crowd out of it.
And that about wraps it up. For Grant Hill, Richard Jefferson, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson. Thanks for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. So long, everybody.
Welcome to the NBA on 2K Sports. So glad you could join us on this Saturday night. Along with Coach Stan Van Gundy and Greg Anthony, this is Kevin Harlan. Hall of Famer David Aldridge will be joining us from the sidelines moments from now. We'll see the New York Knicks taking on the Seattle Supersonics. So with McHale sitting on the bench, here's the 5 for Tom Thibodeau right now. Antetokounmpo is out there with West. Then it's Malone. Then it's Pippen. And it's Ewing in at the 5, patrolling the paint. A nice shot there by Antetokounmpo.
And you can see the growing confidence that Giannis has in that mid-range.
Abdul-Jabbar, a screen on West. And a deep 3 from Curry. And that's collected by Malone. Knicks on offense. And stolen by Iverson. And here's the break. Curry kicks to Iverson. Jackson, a screen on Giannis. Iverson, no luck. Here in the first, a little over a minute played so far. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Well, Kevin, George Karl gave me a few minutes to catch up with him. I asked him what his team needed to do in order to contain Giannis Antetokounmpo. Coach told me we have to make sure to communicate and help out on defense, specifically clogging up and taking away lanes to the rim. That's how he can really hurt you. Of course, it'll be an all-hands-on-deck tonight approach, trying to stop the Greek Freak. Guys?
Thank you, David. And here is Curry, after Jerry West just got that 3 to go. A three-pointer, no good.
Well, this isn't the start they wanted. Need to just settle down and move the ball for better shots.
Giannis against Iverson. And stolen by Iverson. Here's Curry. And it's Malone with the rebound.
Yeah, not at his most efficient this quarter. He's got to work on finding high percentage shots.
The 3, West. They grab their own miss. Pippen finds West. Misses in close. West is gone 1 of 3 shooting so far. And the dunk by Jackson.
Yes, sir. Jackson Jr. flushing.
And a little over 2.5 minutes gone here in the first. West dishes to Pippen. Back to West. Ewing inside. Defended by Abdul-Jabbar. Here's Iverson, and a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. It goes on Giannis Antetokounmpo. The Supersonics shooting their first free throws of the game. First free throw is good. And the Supersonics making a change here. Worthy's checked in. And both free throws good for Iverson.
I'm sure they don't want to send him to the line. That has to be in their scouting report.
West kicks to Malone. Now, here's Ewing. Giannis outside. Wants to get it to Malone and does. Pippen outside. 5 to shoot. Good, and it's Malone picking up the assist.
Practically automatic shot there by Pippen. He knows he just needs the ball, and then he is good to go.
And the first time out of the game called for Seattle.
Trying to find some answers offensively.
Yeah, they just have to be more patient. Less forcing and more passing.
Bird, he's checked in for Allen Iverson. And we're approaching about 3.5 minutes played in the first quarter. Abdul-Jabbar finds Curry. It's rebounded by New York.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to shoot his way out of this one or not.
Giannis outside. Pass to Malone. And here is West. For the 3. 5 on the clock. And that's rejected by Abdul-Jabbar. Bird looking it over. On its way from Curry for 2. Cans the shot with nobody near him. Curry's got his second bucket of the night.
And if you're the guy who has to guard him, it is never going to be an easy night for you.
And the timeout called here by Tom Thibodeau. He wants a minute here to get things straightened out with his team. Jordan's checked in for the Sonics. There's 1:54 left in the first. Here's Paul. And it's Curry with the rebound. The Sonics leading. Worthy the pass to Jordan. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. It goes on Kevin McHale.
The drive, the willpower of Michael Jordan is on a completely different level. He is competing every second he is on the floor and always looking for any way he can beat you.
Here's New York. Paul right side into the lane. The shot missing. Nice D from Bird. Michael Jordan on the wing, covered by Dumars. Jordan kicks to Bird. For 3. The Knicks pull it in. Fresh from a win against Portland.
And bottom line, they found ways to score. Credit the game plan going in. It was right on the money.
Yeah, that kind of performance on the road really speaks to their preparation and mental fortitude.
Worthy, no good.
Well, give credit to the defense for cutting him off. Normally, that'd be easy points for him at the rim.
Ball against Curry. There's the lob to the hoop. Stolen by Worthy. Here's Jordan. Nice D from Dumars.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on him.
And the rejection by Jackson. Pass to Jordan. Inside. Worthy with it. Curry looking around. Here's Bird. Fires from deep. Got it!
Oh, amazing! Perfect timing there.
Big time shot to beat the buzzer there. My.
And that concludes the first quarter of play. The Sonics on top, leading by 5. And the second quarter will be on the way when we come back. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And look at how the hustle game has been going for Seattle.
Well, so far they've done a great job of reading the offense and repeatedly putting themselves in the right place to interrupt the play and force turnovers.
And one other thing that stands out, all the block shots. I mean, staying up in their jerseys tonight.
So with Paul on the bench, here's the 5 for Tom Thibodeau right now. Ewing is out there with Malone. Then there's West. And then there's Antetokounmpo. And it's Pippen in at the small forward. Lillard outside. Tipped away. It's stolen by Antetokounmpo. West with the ball. And Worthy picks him up defensively. Malone gets the bucket.
And his competitiveness showing through. That's an aggressive finish.
Yeah, and getting out in transition allows for some easy points before that defense is fully set.
Porzingis sets the pick for Lillard. Off target with his 3. New York trailing. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Kevin, Giannis Antetokounmpo is not one to puff out his chest and chase accolades. He said, I put the work in. That's how I get my confidence. I don't follow the media or my stats. What I know is that I put the work in, and I try to be the best version of myself. And that focus has served him well. Kevin?
It has. You know, his dedication, David, unquestioned. And we appreciate your report. Catching up on the changes for Seattle. Franz Wagner's checked in for Porzingis, and Iverson's subbed in for Jalen Brunson.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
West passes to Pippen. Off target from three-point range. For the Supersonics, they come in off the loss to San Antonio. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. Here's a chance now to check out the New York Knicks' upcoming schedule. On Monday, they'll go up against C.J. McCollum and the New Orleans Pelicans. And then on Thursday, it'll be the Detroit Pistons coming into town.
And for their matchup with New Jersey, I think they know how important it is to see how they measure up against the cream of the crop in the West. I'm looking for them to approach it like this is a playoff matchup.
And that one misses. And Seattle making a change here. Bird's checked in. Good on the second free throw. There's Giannis. He's got 6. 2 minutes now played in the second quarter. From 12 feet out. And the jumper is good. Giannis has got the lead up to 2 now for the Knicks.
And doing much better now in that first quarter, converting less than 30% of their field goal opportunities, bouncing back nicely here in the second.
And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Antetokounmpo.
Great energy on the deflection and a good job disrupting their offense.
Yeah, there's nothing easy on offense. Coaches love seeing that kind of hustle on the defensive end.
Here's Lillard, and the rejection by Malone.
Well, he can't get anything to go right now. It's time to look at affecting the game in other ways.
Outside, Antetokounmpo. Pippen outside. Malone finds Giannis. And it's Pippen missing. Pippen's gone 1 of 3 on the night. Bird with it. Now guarded by Antetokounmpo. Fires from 18. The rebound by Ewing.
Thin margin of error right there. You have to work for a better shot.
Down low, and Malone gets double-teamed. Giannis passes to Malone. Pippen with a wide-open look. Misses the 3.
Well, the defense catches a break there. You expect him to make those.
Lillard dishes to Abdul-Jabbar. And here's Iverson outside. score the basket. Nice shot after missing his first attempt.
And it's encouraging seeing Iverson just bury the three ball. When he's got that shot going, he is basically unguardable.
And Tom Thibodeau decides to call timeout. Wants to talk some things over, might be seeing some things to adjust. For the Sonics, Sabonis, he's checked in for Abdul-Jabbar, and Curry subbed in for Lillard. Closing in on 4 minutes played here in the second quarter. Paul surveying the floor. Now Dumars. No scoring in this one. 4 on the shot clock. And again, it's the Knicks missing.
Not sure what the D was doing there. Clearly a breakdown. You can ill afford to give a guy like him that good a look.
On the wing, Iverson. Over Dumars. Iverson, no luck. Knicks trail by 3. Outside Dumars. Here's Paul. Good, and it's Dumars picking up the assist. Paul's got his first 2 points of the night.
You gotta love how decisive Paul is. Phenomenal at making those fast, effective decisions.
Sabonis' screen on Paul. Curry way outside. Mark that as his 5th miss in 7 shots. Curry's gone 2 of 7 from the floor here. Iverson against Dumars. Outside Baylor. Sinks the triple. Baylor's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Guys, 7 times the lead has changed hands here now.
Yeah, and that number should easily top double figures before it's over.
Bird outside. This one for 3. Drains the three-pointer. Bird's got 6.
Good job of stepping up to the plate there, seizing back the momentum for his team.
Yeah, plenty of lead changes in this game. It's gone back and forth.
Dumars the pass to Campbell, and the layup's good off the glass. And the Knicks lead by 1.
The assist totals, Kevin, just continue to grow. They're way ahead in that category. Ball movement has been flawless.
Bird way outside, and again, Seattle with the triple.
Man, the triples keep falling, guys. That's 3 in a row.
About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Paul passes to Dumars. Seattle grabs the miss.
Got to run the clock and wait for the last shot.
Yeah, unless it's a gimme, there's no reason to put up an early shot here.
.11 seconds left now here in the second. Iverson outside. Shoots over Dumars. No good there off the double clutch. And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Sonics lead by 2. Time now for the halftime break, with the third quarter soon to follow right here on 2K Sports.
In the Western Conference, LeBron James.
Well, LeBron has won this award so many times, he's probably got a separate house just for his trophies. A multi-generational talent who can dominate every facet of the game.
Without a doubt, one of the best to ever do it. Some would argue the best. I would say that it's close, but he hasn't reached over the top for me yet.
Turning our attention now to the Seattle Supersonics. They are in a close one so far.
The energy in their hometown is electric, man.
And that is a wrap.
And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. It's been one outstanding game from Larry Bird.
Yeah, and just look at the numbers from the first half. He has been very efficient.
Yeah, it's not like he's getting everything at the rim. He's playing smart and just taking what the defense gives him.
So with Jordan on the bench, here's the group that George Karl has on the floor. Stephen Curry's out there with Allen Iverson. Then it's Kareem. Then there's Jaren Jackson. And it's Bird in at the 3 slot. First trip to the line for him here.
And he's putting together a solid year at the free throw line, 79% overall.
And the second free throw, good. And so Curry will bring it up for the Seattle Supersonics. It's a 1-point game. Abdul-Jabbar, a screen on West. Curry's shot is off.
And when you are as good a shooter as he is, you have to have the confidence to take that shot. It might not always fall.
Yeah, it's one of those heat check shots, and heat check is a synonym for bad shot.
Ewing left side. Unable to get that one. Good defense by Abdul-Jabbar. To the paint, here's Curry. Curry always finds a way. This time inside.
Great work inside by Curry there. So clever and composed in the paint.
Antetokounmpo against Iverson. That's good, and the Seattle lead is cut down to a point with the bucket from Antetokounmpo.
They didn't have much of a problem getting the ball into the post that time.
Abdul-Jabbar, a screen on West. Curry way outside. Misses the deep three-point attempt.
Well, he hasn't had a great night shooting the ball, but they're in the lead, and that's the only thing that matters.
Here's West. And that's rejected by Abdul-Jabbar. Curry fires from way outside. Again, Curry missing.
And with that miss, they're just 1 for 4 to start the third quarter.
Pass to Malone. Pippen is doubled. That doesn't go in. Had a chance, though, to take the lead. On the wing, Bird. Back to Iverson. West against Curry. Five to shoot. Pass to Jackson. And here's Iverson outside. The Sonics again can't hit.
Ooh, this is turning into a slow start here in the second half. Seems like they left that offense in the locker room.
Pippen's gotten just 1 of 6 shots to fall here. Curry finds Bird. Looking to end his cold spell. And it falls over the rim and in. Curry's got 9.
It doesn't matter if it's off the bounce or off the catch. Curry never loses rhythm on his jump shot.
And Tom Thibodeau decides to call timeout. Looking for a breather and maybe just 1 or 2 things to talk about. And it's the Knicks with the ball. They trail by 3. West, right side. On the wing, Malone. Guarded by Jackson. Just 5 to shoot. The jump hook. And it's Pippen slamming it down.
And I like what the defense is thinking here, but Pippen gets physical inside and insists on getting to his shot.
Curry with a wide open look. The rebound by Pippen.
Well, so far in the second half, he hasn't been able to get another 3 to fall.
The Knicks shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game. That one drops. He ties it up.
And you look at all the things this man brings to the game. The focus, the resolve, a winner's mindset. I mean, there's a reason why they call him the logo.
Worthy's checked in for the Sonics. Curry's shot is off.
And he has been ice cold from beyond the arc here since halftime, and he continues yet to fire away. He has got to tone it down if he wants to help his team.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Giannis says, "Get off me."
Contact just doesn't matter against Giannis. Once he's inside, he is not to be stopped.
Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
Offensive rebound, Worthy. The layup off target.
and they haven't been able to turn it into a big lead, but their rebounding advantage is starting to add up.
Pass to Malone. Ewing right side. Over Jackson. It's Ewing that time on the assist from Moses Malone. And the Knicks lead by 5.
And how about the muscle inside from Ewing? Easily getting to wherever he wants to on that low block.
Abdul-Jabbar, a screen on West. On its way from Curry for 2. And he hits the jumper. Well, he's been waiting for that for a while. And here are the Knicks now. Their defense has only allowed 6 points in the second half. Ewing finds West. Now Ewing. Here's the teardrop. Good defense by Abdul-Jabbar. Sonics trail by 3. Here's Worthy. It's hauled in by Malone. Malone's got 6 rebounds in the game. West dishes to Malone. 9 feet out. Antetokounmpo, no good. And it's Curry with the ball, bringing it up for the Seattle Supersonics. We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Bird can't hit. The Knicks leading by 3. West outside. Pass to Pippen. Ewing with it, guarded by Curry. And here's West from the arc. And we just finished the third quarter, and we've got a tight ball game here. New York ahead. They're up by 3. And after a quick break, we're going to come right back with this. Now let's hear what Coach Tom Thibodeau.
Got to make hustle plays. Be first.
And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. So with McHale sitting on the bench, here's the 5 for Tom Thibodeau right now. They've got Pippen. Malone is out there with Campbell. Then it's Chris Paul, and it's Antetokounmpo in at the 2 guard. And here are the Knicks now. 3-point lead. Pass to Malone. Back to Giannis. 17-foot shot on the way. It's good again, and an excellent 7 for 8 shooting night so far.
Every aspect of Giannis's game showing tonight, just unreal.
Lillard surveying the D. Scottie Pippen grabs the miss. The Knicks leading by 5. Over in the corner, Antetokounmpo. Over Iverson. And that one's good by Giannis. Antetokounmpo's got 4 points in the quarter.
And they're passing the ball very crisply here.
Lillard against Paul. Bird, the pass to Porzingis. Nifty move. A play by Bird to set it up. Bird's got 4 assists now tonight.
And because he can score from all over the floor, Porzingis can find space inside. That's not the case for most 7-footers.
Ewing's checked in for Marcus Camby. Getting the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Hey, Kevin. Well, during the break, I heard Tom Thibodeau as he talked with the team. Now, he kept it simple in the huddle. He said, play smart. If we don't beat ourselves, we walk away with the win. Keep it simple, and we got this. Back to you guys.
Thank you, David. Here's Ewing. Rebound by the Sonics.
Well, sometimes it's just not your night. But despite his struggles, they're ahead in the game.
Iverson dishes to Lillard. Antetokounmpo pulls it in. Giannis has got rebound number 5 here tonight.
Well, he can't buy a bucket, but it's time to find other ways to help his team win.
Ewing, a screen on Iverson. Here's Antetokounmpo. It's hauled in by the Sonics. Bird's got 9 rebounds in the game, getting it done. Lillard, right side. Bird outside. Lets the 3 fly. A three-pointer is right on target.
Well, that's his fourth triple for the game now. Just his first in the second half.
The Knicks with the lead. Malone sets the pick for Paul. Pass to Pippen. There's the triple. Allen Iverson grabs the miss. And here's Seattle to the middle. Here's Lillard. Great play by Bird to set it up. Bird's got 5 assists in the game.
Proof positive that Lillard is worthy. That's talent you can build a franchise around.
Paul passes to Ewing. They need this one. No good. Shot missing. Nice D from Porzingis. Lillard outside. Back to Bird. And Lillard kicks to Iverson. Screened by Porzingis. To take the lead. Iverson, no luck. Now the Knicks with it. Paul outside. Inside. Here's Ewing. And it's Seattle with the rebound. Bird's got rebound number 11 for him here tonight. Worthy dishes to Iverson. A shake. Back to Worthy. Worthy. Great positioning on the putback.
Well, that's a big basket here in a close game. Worthy, one of the quieter guys on the floor, but his game is loud.
For the Sonics, Abdul-Jabbar's checked in for Porzingis. Jaren Jackson comes in for Worthy. And Curry subbed in for Lillard. And a switcher also for New York. West is checked in for Paul. Out to West. 1:36 left to play here in the fourth. Here's Ewing. That falls. Nice feed that time from Jerry West. West has got his 4th assist with that last one here tonight. Seattle with the ball. So far in the fourth quarter, they've allowed just 6 points. Giannis against Iverson. Used a shot fake to create the angle, but couldn't get it to fall. And it's West in the corner. Pass to Ewing. Pippen feeling it out a bit. Kept alive.
And it's still a rare sight to see rebound numbers like the ones he's had tonight.
Well, it's all due to his energy and effort, as well as how well he's been able to get ideal positioning on the glass.
And it's West in the corner. Back to Pippen. Antetokounmpo setting the pick for Pippen. It falls!
Big-time basket at a big-time moment.
Yeah, don't you just love to see a player embrace that kind of pressure?
Iverson passes to Jackson.
And there's the length of Giannis. Bad idea to even attempt to get that shot over.
And I think we'll see them burn the clock a bit here.
Yeah, smart move.
West outside. Pass to Pippen. Shot clock at 5. New York moving it around. Ewing can't hit. Timeout Sonics. And talking about the approach now, what are they looking at?
I don't think they should be greedy here and think about a triple. With this much time left, I'd attack the basket, get a high percentage shot in tight, and take my chances in overtime.
The 3 from Iverson, and it's over. It came down to this one play, and the defense held its ground. What a play! So a close game sees New York take this one. They break the hearts of every fan in the building with a dramatic late victory.
And Kevin, this is the kind of win you have to take a ton of pride in. I mean, they battled with everything they had and came through when the pressure was at its highest.
And that'll wrap it up, folks. With Stan Van Gundy, Greg Anthony.
Thanks for joining us here on 2K Sports for NBA basketball. Along with Grant Hill and Brent Barry and our sideline reporter, Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson. It's the New Jersey Nets and the Miami Heat. So let's take a look at New Jersey's starting lineup. We've got Carmelo Anthony, and it's Mutombo in at the center position.
And coming out swinging and hitting the game's first bucket.
Well, for us, it'll be interesting. Can they keep that kind of pace up all game long?
Here's Maravich. Shoots. That's good on the jumper.
That's just tremendous scoring instinct. So fun to watch him work in the half court.
Anthony outside. Offline with a three. Here's Barry. Shot clock at 6. Takes a 13-footer. Rebounded by New Jersey. It's stolen. Here's Maravich. Covered by Bryant. Eaton. Shot is good.
Now, those interior passes can be dangerous sometimes, but if the timing is good and you execute it there, you can get easy hoops.
Here's Frazier. On the wing, Bryant. The fader. And New Jersey misses again.
Well, mid-range is where he makes the money. So when the D's slow to get out on him, always surprising to see him miss from there. And he gets a lot of points right there at the rim, but the defense determined not to give up the easy deuce there.
And about 2 minutes into the first quarter here, they set the pick. Here's Frazier. Clock at 4. Ooh, great D on that shot, and it's off the mark. Here's Maravich. Shoots over Bryant. Maravich, no good. And so Anthony will bring it up for New Jersey. They trail by 1. Pass to Mutombo. Here's McGrady. Beyond the arc. It's hauled in by Eaton.
And so far, the team just 1 of 5, and that rim shrinking.
Kidd, the pass to Eaton. Takes the 3. Maravich, no good. And so here's New Jersey. Pass to Anthony to win the drought. And he buries that one. Back rim and in.
Well, Carmelo Anthony operating in the mid-range is just danger zone. You got to put your defense at DEFCON 1.
Here's Kidd. Shays passes to Eaton. Here's Kidd. Lets the 3 fly. And again, no good by Miami.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
Here's Bryant, plenty of space. It's hauled in by Eaton.
That's a shocker there. Did not expect him to miss from that range. He's got to be shooting close to 60% from there.
Here's Kidd. Still no points. And the foul is called. He missed it, so he's got a couple of free throws coming his way. That one on Anthony. Miami shooting their first shots from the stripe in this game. And New Jersey making a change here. Both shots good from the stripe. New Jersey trailing here. Here's Archibald. Pass to Anthony. Fires the 3. Kidd with a rebound. Here's Maravich. There's the 3. No luck on that one.
It's been that kind of quarter for him. The shot has just been unreliable.
Bryant outside. 3-pointer. Gets the 3 ball to go. Bryant's got 6.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
And so it's Eric Spoelstra with the timeout here. He wants to make sure everybody's on the same page. Both teams will make substitutions. Mullen, the pass to Maravich. Ball outside. Puts it up from 17. And again, no good by Miami.
Well, if he's going to keep shooting, they've got to run some plays for him. Screens, pick and rolls, anything they can do to get him started.
Everything right except the finish. Have to keep focused all the way through the play.
Here's Maravich, defended by Harden. And it's Ball off the drive. And the shot goes in.
And I love how Ball will fight for it, getting around that inside physicality.
Pass to Daniels. On the wing, Harden. The three is up. And New Jersey, another three.
They keep capturing the lead, then giving it back. We'll see if they can hold on to it this time.
Well, you can tell they really want to increase this lead. They can't keep letting them take it from them.
Maravich with the bucket.
These teams are finding the range, showing a lot of confidence.
It seems like they're going to find out who can make the deepest threes. Right now, it's a shootout.
Here's Archibald. Yet to see a basket. Daniels passes to Mourning. Back to Daniels. 6 on the shot clock. Pass to Mourning. Launches it from deep. Rebound Miami. Here's Mullen. There's Ball with a three. No good. Misses at the buzzer. We're at the end of one in a close game so far. Don't go away. We'll be back with the second quarter in just a moment. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter. We'll see what happens here in the second. Let's quickly break down what we've seen from the Heat.
Attacking relentlessly, drawing fouls. They won that first quarter at the stripe.
Yeah, they were going right at the opponent here and forcing their hand. I mean, like literally making them foul them.
On the floor for the Nets, they've got Kobe Bryant, and it's Frazier in at the point. Here's Shays. He's guarded by Anthony. Eaton can't hit. And he's going for the oop here. And here we go, the Heat fast break. Here's Petrovic. Pass to Kidd. To the wing on the left. The Heat need to get one up in a hurry. Shays. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead. Just over a minute gone here in the second quarter. Here's McGrady. No made baskets yet. The three ball. Here's Mutombo. And the rebound paying off as they pick up two on the second chance bucket right there.
Have to take care of the defensive boards better than that.
Yeah, you just can't afford to give up second chance opportunities again and again.
Miami trailing. Here's Kidd. Oh, a beautiful reverse layup.
Oh, just an easy reverse for him. He has nice feel and touch around the bucket.
Frazier, the pass to Mutombo. Bryant outside. Misses the three. Bryant's gone 2 of 5 from the field here. Here's Kidd. Pass to Barry. To the middle. Oh, swiped away. Here we go. Moving it up. And that one's good. Bryant's got 8 points.
Good fast-paced play there. It's much easier to find a shot when you beat the defense back.
Here's Shays. He's guarded by Anthony. Shays passes to Eaton. Here's Maravich, covered by Bryant. Maravich with the bucket.
He gets inside right when he sees the opening. Got to attack when you have that chance.
Pass to McGrady. Here's Mutombo, and here's Bryant outside. And it's Shays with a rebound.
Well, after getting off to a great start, hitting those first 2 shots, he's definitely regressed a little bit in this quarter.
Here's Kidd. Three-pointer. The shot by Shays, no good. Anthony, the pass to Bryant. Here's Mutombo. And there's a pick. The steal. And in the second quarter, a little under 3.5 minutes played already. Barry misses. Here's Frazier. He's scoreless. Anthony outside. Pass to Frazier. It's hauled in by Eaton. Eaton's got 5 rebounds tonight. Here's Barry. Oh, plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now.
Hey, if you can't block it, sending him to the line can be the next best thing.
Miami shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game. And that one falls. That puts them up 1 point in the game now. So for New Jersey. Good on both.
Well, when he gets into a groove at the free throw line, it doesn't just last for tonight. This might be 2 weeks, 2 months, something like that.
Timeout called, New Jersey. Harden with it. Goes up from the top of the key, and he gets that one. Harden's got 5.
Such an aggressive offensive player. Harden is ready to shoot whenever he's got the rock.
There's 1:47 left in the first half.
He's not the guy that you want to give a wide open look from 3-point range. They're lucky that that one doesn't cost them.
Here's Archibald. It's hauled in by Pettit. And here's Ball.
Causing havoc inside. Ball is just so fast and so nimble.
He's getting his first free throw attempts of the night now. That free throw no good. And he's good on the second.
You gotta respect the enthusiasm LaMelo Ball brings to his game. He thrives out here under the bright lights with all eyes on him.
Here's Archibald. Still without a bucket. That puts him in the lead. And the Nets lead by 1. Well, plenty of give and take so far.
Yeah, 6 lead changes already. Both teams came to play.
Here's Petrovic. He buries it from 3.
Easy look when the defender isn't fighting over the screen.
And the coach over there just asking for one simple thing, and that's some effort. Got burned on that one.
Now here's Harden. And they come right back with their own 3-pointer. Harden's got 5 points now in the quarter.
You could see that coming. Harden was going to answer back, and he did.
There's a screen. Ball looks over the floor. And he lobs it up top. And here they come. Here's Harrison. And from 16 feet away, he cans it. And now a 3-point New Jersey lead.
And they're trending in the right direction after a rough first quarter from the field.
Just 2 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Now here's Ball. Clock at 6. Here's Petrovic. Off the mark there with a 3. Outside Harden. Fires the 3. And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. It's New Jersey. They're up by 3. And join us right back here after the break for the start of the second half.
For that game against Seattle, don't let a lack of focus steal one from you. Overlooking lesser opponents.
Moving right along now to the Miami Heat. They find themselves in a close contest at the half.
I'm impressed they're still in this.
And that's it for halftime. Thank you for joining us. We send you back to Brian Anderson for the start of the third quarter.
And if you're just joining us, we played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. Heat trail by 3. And it's Shays in at the 4. That's the group in the game for the Heat. Pass to Barry. Fires for 3. Sends it home from three-point land. Barry's got 5 points.
That's pretty much not how they want to defend the three-point line. Somebody's got to shadow him out there.
New Jersey with the ball. Here's Frazier. No points yet to the inside. And that one is hammered home.
Oh, man. He got fancy with that finish.
He may be trying to provide the spark they need to break this one open. Once again, an explosive highlight on the AT&T 5G Slam Cam. Here's Kidd. They set the screen. Jacks up a 3. Drills it from deep. He's got 7.
Man, they're having a hard time defending the triple. That's 3 in a row.
Frazier, the pass to Bryant. Anthony outside. Sinks the tray.
Oh, you gotta love the back and forth. Showing real confidence at the arc.
Yeah, both teams finding ways to the three-point line and trying to take advantage from distance.
Here's Maravich. He has 7. And we're about a minute and a half in the second half. McGrady shot is off. Miami trailing. Here's Kidd. Pass to Shays. Fires from deep. On target from range. Shays has gotten himself going here. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Frazier, the pass to Mutombo. Here's McGrady. Uses the glass on the layup. And the Nets lead by 1.
And not wasting any time here, kicking their offense right back into gear. That's 3 of 4 from the field.
Timeout. And so it's Eric Spoelstra with the timeout here. I think right now he must be looking at some adjustments. Shays passes to Kidd. Here's Shays. He's guarded by Anthony. Here's Shays. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Just under 2.5 minutes into this third quarter now. Ooh, solid defense from Anthony. Pass to Bryant. Back to Anthony. He shoots it. Kidd with a rebound. Anthony's gone 2 of 5 tonight. Here's Kidd. He has 7. Here's Barry. Here's Eaton. He's guarded by Anthony. That one goes in. Barry's got 7 points in the game. And it's amazing. Neither team has been able to hold the lead for any length of time.
Yeah, these guys are leaving it all on the floor tonight.
Daniels is checked in for New Jersey. New Jersey trailing here. Anthony outside. For 3. Rebound Miami.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
Tries to break his ice. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. Miami shooting their 7th and 8th attempts at the foul line tonight. And the first one at the line is good. He does not get the second one. Here's Daniels. Yes, sir, and it's Bryant picking up the assist. Daniels has got his first 2 points.
Assertive move. You can tell the game's heating up a bit.
We've gone about 3.5 minutes here into the third. Here's Maravich from outside, off the mark.
It's clear he's totally out of sync. The team needs to rethink its strategy around what to do with him. Man, the defender really went after him.
New Jersey shooting their first shots from the free throw line tonight. And he knocks down the first one. And good on the second, so he makes them both. Here's Kidd. 7 points in the game. And the call will be against James Harden. That's his first foul. A minute 58 left in the third quarter. Here's Kidd. 5 to shoot. Pass to Maravich. From outside the arc. Rebounded by Daniels. New Jersey leading. Here's Frazier. And they call an illegal screen here.
Yikes, that one stings there. Hurts so much more to turn the ball over, especially with how tight the game is.
And here's Miami. Pass to Maravich. They set the pick. From the arc. Rebounded by New Jersey.
Yeah, the three-pointer has not been his weapon in this one. He had 1 in the first quarter and still 0 here in the second.
Out of bounds. It'll go to the Heat. And New Jersey making a change here. .110 left in the third quarter. Here's Mullen. No points so far.
I admire the play call. They just couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, an efficient offensive possession. They found the look that they wanted, just didn't go in.
Right side Harden. Pass to Daniels. Here's Arizon. The shot. And New Jersey misses again.
Well, maybe not the best shot against that kind of defense, but he still has the ability to knock that kind of shot down.
Here's Mullen, defended by Harden. Here's Kidd. Misses, and the dry spell continues. On the wing, Daniels. And the shot's good. Daniels has got his second basket of the game. Here's Kidd. The three. Pettit, good. 3 quarters of play and a close one here. It's the Nets leading by 1. And time for a short break. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
And he definitely deserves the award. Reading the defense like a point guard.
So helpful to the offensive versatility when your bigs can create, freeing everybody up, and that cut was wide open.
Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the fourth quarter could have more action in store for us. On the floor for the Nets, we've got Carmelo Anthony, and it's Bryant in at the 2-guard spot. Oh, they pick off the pass. Three-pointer Anthony, and the three-pointer goes. And now we'll get a perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for the Nets.
Yeah, they've collected an impressive number of steals so far, using fast hands to force some turnovers and then scoring on the other end.
Well, they've been fantastic tonight, really enforcing giveaways and getting scores on the other end. I mean, you get a few more possessions like that, your confidence grows, and you win that turnover battle.
Anthony feeling it out a bit. And here's Bryant outside. Rebound Miami. Barry's got 4 rebounds now. To tie it up. And the layup is up and in. It's all knotted up.
And just great intensity down the stretch. I mean, he really wants to rock with the game on the line.
Take a look at him, locked in right now in this moment, wants the ball in his hands and feels real comfortable with the shot he's taking.
Timeout Nets. So both teams changing it up here. Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Over that last break, I got a chance to hear what the head coach of the Nets said to the team. He pleaded with his guys to keep their emotions in check, saying, "You're battling right now. Continue to play smart. Don't try to be a hero out there. Play for one another." Guys, let's see what happens.
Okay, thanks, Allie. And then Bryant with the dunk.
Making sure of it with the two-hand slam, B.A.
Yeah, I don't blame him. With the score this tight, you cannot take a chance here. And there's the screen. Maravich, the pass to Pettit. And that misses. That would have put him up. Pass to Frazier. Oh, there's the alley. Can't finish the lob.
That is a rarity. When he takes flight, he usually hammers it home.
Here's Maravich. To take the lead. They get it again. Eden. Comes up empty down low. Boy, this lead is razor thin.
Yeah, B.A., and there's a chance to extend that right here.
Frazier shot is off. So it's Miami now. Over 2.5 minutes in the books here in the fourth. Got a piece of it. Bryant, left side. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. And he drops the first. He's perfect from the line this time. Here's Kidd. Boy, they'd love if anyone could get a bucket.
Yeah, their offense has been grinding to a halt.
Here's Maravich. Cash money on the open jump shot.
Just a bad time for a defensive breakdown, and he really took advantage.
You might see this in the early part of the game, but at this stage in the game, that's just really something unacceptable. He's a great mid-range scorer.
Bryant, the pass to Mutombo. Anthony outside. And here we go, the Heat fast break. Oh, he muscles it in through the contact. They call the foul, and he's on his way to the line.
That was execution to perfection. Textbook transition offense.
Yeah, once you burst through a seam like that, you got to look right towards the rim. Sweet play.
New Jersey trailing here. Frazier, the pass to Bryant. Inside, here's Mutombo. Perfect pass to set up the lay-in. This is the very definition of a back-and-forth contest.
Yes, neither side taking its foot off the gas. I'm expecting a spectacular finish.
Fourth quarter of play, and over 3.5 minutes have gone by now. Here's Maravich. Pass to Shays. The 3 is up. Knocks down the triple. And the Heat lead by 2.
Man, I'll tell you what, the pressure is cranked up. Who better to call than this guy?
Here's McGrady to the paint. Here's Mutombo. Second shot opportunity. And it's Miami with a rebound. Eden's got 8 rebounds in the game. Kidd, the pass to Maravich. Over Bryant. That one rolls around and rims out. And so Anthony will bring it up for New Jersey. Pass to Frazier, and here's Bryant. This one for 3. It's hauled in by Eaton. Eaton's got 9 rebounds in the game. Boy, he's getting it done. Pitch no good. Boy, you love how guys are making plays for one another here.
Yeah, just a balanced attack, a total team effort.
Melo wants every bit of those moments.
Anthony's gone 4 for 8 from the floor. Here's Maravich, covered by Bryant. So the first one drops, and that gives him a lead. So he gets them both, and it's a 2-point ball game.
Yeah, not the guy that you want to put at the line in these moments. He's not missing these.
Here's Bryant inside. Pass to McGrady. On the wing, Anthony. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair.
Because Melo's such a great scorer, you respect the pump fake even more, deft at using it that time.
And he does get the second one, and that narrows the gap to 1. Here's Kidd. And I think we'll see him milk the clock a bit.
Yeah, seems like the heady move right now.
Yes!
Wow, that takes steady nerves right there.
Not backing down from this moment here. When the game is close, he kicks it up a notch.
Timeout Nets. .40 seconds left in the final quarter. Here's McGrady. That three's off the mark. Here's Barry. Out to the right wing. 23 seconds left in the fourth quarter here. From downtown, Mutombo with the rebound. Timeout Nets. Turning here to our analyst. What elements become the primary keys at this point?
If they leave the arc open, take it. But it may be safer to get a quick 2 and then foul.
Don't force something up. You got to be smart here.
17 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
The officials were right on top of that one.
He hits the first one, and that brings him within 2 here. And both free throws good for Bryant. 15 seconds left in the fourth quarter, and he commits the intentional foul.
Yeah, just a must-foul situation to stop the clock.
First free throw is good, and that'll put him up 2. And so both free throws good, and it's a 3-point game.
That last one was a difference maker. It pushed it from a 2-point lead to 3.
Bryant from deep 3-point land. Oh, wow! A huge basket to tie the game! And so it's Eric Spoelstra with the timeout here. There is a lot on the line, and he is determined to make sure everyone's on the same page. Seven seconds left to play in the fourth quarter of this one. Maravich, and the bucket counts, and he is on his way to the line. He'll try to make it a 3-point play.
And looking to even the score with a huge 3.
You can bet that's what they're looking for this late in the game. They need that 3.
So a close game sees Miami taking this one. That was an incredible night of hoops. A tremendous finish. They waited until the very last moment to seal it.
And so many times we see these close games won by the home team.
And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Allie LaForce, Grant Hill.